Bill entitled Financial Investigation Agency Amendment Bill 2024 has passed through committee. Madam Speaker, I move that the bill entitled Financial Investigation Agency Amendment Bill 2024 be read a third time and passed.
It has been moved and seconded that the bill entitled Financial Investigation Agency Amendment Bill 2024 be now read a third time and passed. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. The motion is passed. I call upon the clerk to read the bill a third time.
This bill may be cited as Financial Investigation Agency Amendment Bill 2024.
The bill has been read a third time and passed. I call upon the Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I move that leave be granted to introduce the following bill standing in my name, shortly entitled BVI Business Companies Amendment Number 2, Bill 2024.
Speaker.
Okay. It has been moved and seconded that leave to introduce the bill shortly entitled BVI Business Companies Amendment Number 2 Bill 2024 be granted. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it. I call upon the Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I introduce the bill standing in my name, shortly entitled BVI Business Companies Amendment Number 2, Bill 2024. Madam Speaker, I move that the bill and will explain its provision at the second reading. Madam Speaker, I move that the bill shortly entitled BVI Business Companies Amendment Number 2, Bill 2024 be now read a first time.
Second, Madam Speaker.
It has been moved and seconded that the bill shortly entitled BVI Business Companies Amendment Number 2 Bill 2024 be now read a first time. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it. I call upon the clerk to read the bill for the first time.
This bill may be cited as BVI Business Companies Amendment Number 2 Bill 2024.
Thank you. I call upon the Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I move that standing order number 52-2 be suspended to allow the bill shortly entitled BVI Business Companies Amendment Number 2 Bill 2024 to be read a second time.
Second, Madam Speaker.
Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the standing order number 52-2 be suspended to allow the bill entitled BVI Business Companies Amendment Number 2 Bill 2024 to be read a second time. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it. The motion is passed. I call upon the Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I move that the bill shortly entitled BVI Business Companies Amendment Number 2 Bill 2024 be read a second time, and I'll now give the objects and reasons, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it is with some urgency that I present the BVI Business Companies Amendment Number 2 Bill 2024, which seeks to further amend the BVI Business Companies Act Revised Edition 2020 in response to ongoing challenges. One of the central pillars of amendments made to the Act in 2022 was the introduction of Section 98A, which mandates every BVI registered company to file an annual financial return with its registered agent within 9 months of their financial year end. This was a crucial step towards ensuring transparency, accountability, and adherence to global financial standards. For example, companies within financial year ends of the 31st December 2023 will be required to submit their returns by the 30th September 2024. Failure to comply would trigger serious consequences for the company, such as the risk of being struck off or being unable to obtain a certificate of good standing. Madam Speaker, despite the importance of this mandate, a recent report submitted to the Financial Services Commission on the 2nd September 2024 revealed a concerning statistic. The report, based on data from our financial services sector, indicates that 25 to 30% of BVI registered companies have not yet submitted their annual financial returns, despite the extensive outreach efforts of registered agents. To address this shortfall, the Commission has advised that the Ministry is proposing further amendments to Section 98A of the Act. The bill, which will take effect from the 1st September 2024, seeks to empower the Commission to grant extensions of time for companies to comply with their filing obligations. I'll amend that to today, October. This flexibility is essential Sorry, Madam Speaker, I take that back. This flexibility is essential given the volume of companies registered and the practical challenges associated with enforcing immediate compliance. Madam Speaker, this pragmatic approach will reduce the need for costly and time-consuming enforcement actions while still ensuring that companies meet their legal obligations. The Commission recognizes the need to balance effective regulation with the practical realities of the financial services industry. Members will appreciate that such extensions are not a form of leniency, but rather a necessary step to facilitate compliance with maintaining the integrity of our business environment. Furthermore, this approach provides locally owned companies with much needed flexibility to comply with the requirements without facing immediate punitive measures. Madam Speaker, it is important to emphasize that the requirement for annual financial returns is not merely a domestic measure, but stems from our commitment to international standards, specifically the Global Forum on Transparency and Exchange of Information for Tax Purposes. This globally recognized standard aims to enhance transparency in international tax affairs. Element A2 of the standard mandates that jurisdictions ensure the maintenance of reliable and accurate accounting standards for all relevant entities and arrangements, which includes companies. Madam Speaker, this is a standard by which the International Tax Authority will be rigorously assessed during the Global Forum's peer review process. While this requirement introduces certain complexities for our jurisdiction, it underscores our commitment to uphold the highest levels of accountability and global cooperation. Rest assured that the Ministry of Financial Services, Labor and Trade will work closely with the Commission and the International Tax Authority to explore a long-term solution that balances regulatory compliance with the operational realities of our financial services industry. In the meantime, we introduced this bill and its provisions, which will allow for a more measured and effective response to the current compliance issues. It is critical that we take swift and decisive action to maintain our reputation as a well-regulated financial services jurisdiction. Madam Speaker, I commend this bill to the House and urge its immediate passage to ensure the stability and compliance of our financial services industry. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Second, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable members, the floor is now open for debate. Any member wish to debate at this time? I recognize the Leader of the Opposition, Honorable Ronnie Skelton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, all I will say is here we go again. Madam Speaker, you know, I'm going to beat this and say these things until I can say them no more in this House. Madam Speaker, we have a corkscrew on local businesses, and we tightening it, turning it and twisting it until we all will disappear one day. Madam Speaker, this bill, the Financial Services Amendment number 2 bill, seeks to give 99 months for companies to submit their financials. That's what it's trying to do. Madam Speaker, there's so many local little businesses that have companies that this is going to be a problem to them, and they're not going to make it. Somewhere along the line, I know, Madam Speaker, in 2003, when we had a level playing field and the other actions of the international market, we group all of these IBCs, the local companies, and create the BVI business company. And we thought we had made sense. But now looking back, these things are destroying us, because this thing is saying that the little trucking company up the road, if their financials are not in, they can't get a good standing, and 9 months up, they're going to be stricken from the financial services register. That's what this thing is saying, simple English. Madam Speaker, you notice I don't really, yes, do this to the international businesses, and they don't have a problem with it. But your local businesses that we are here to protect, and this cannot protect them. You know, it says clearly, and when you struck a company, one of the local companies, all the assets in that company goes to the Crown. All of it. All of it goes to the Crown. And to get it back, you have to go, like you guys do in Cabinet, I'm sure you've been doing it, to give it back to them. That is what is happening. Madam Speaker, and the local business out there already is feeling the crunch of this stuff, some of this stuff. I am not here bringing tales or saying things that I don't know. Madam Speaker, the clause says, clause 2A and subsection 2A, by inserting before the words be filed within 9 months at the end of, after the year is finished. The government, Madam Speaker, the government, which is a business, supposed to submit financials. When last the government submit a financial? You know, when last the government submit a financial? No, but here it is. We have companies out there operating just like the government, little businesses, and we're doing this to them. It is true that it says down in clause, and it's number 1, they say clause B, clause 2B, the commission may, by notice published on the internet site, extend the initial period within which a company is required to file an annual return. And then it goes on to say a period as it's considered appropriate, but no extension, whether in aggregate or otherwise, shall exceed 9 months. So what is that for? You said 9 months, it's 9 months. And if you don't have this stuff, you can't get a good standing certificate, no place in. So the very companies, the little businesses that you want to see if you can help, you can't help them this way. Somewhere along the line, we need to find a solution for local businesses. We have to. You know, these things cannot help. And those of us who run businesses know some of the difficulties. Madam Speaker, and The ultimate punishment is to be seen where a company fails to file its annual return as required under subsection 1 and 2. The registered agent shall not later than 30 days after the annual return became due, or where the company has been granted an extension under subsection 2A, but not later than 30 days after the end of the period of extension, notify the registrar in writing and the company will be struck from the register. Madam Speaker, we need to find a solution for local businesses, or local shops, or local supermarkets. The operating companies to protect themselves from liabilities. Yes, they must produce financials, but we know it's not as simple. And don't tell me what this could help them to be international. This can't help nobody to be no international. Don't tell me, don't give me them kind of answers because I be no better. We need to help local businesses better than we're doing. So, Madam Speaker, I am pleading with the government on the other side to find a solution to these very local businesses that we depend on to employ people so that government don't have to create these fancy bush cutting systems so they're helping people. That is not necessary. If you create local businesses, small businesses, they can employ 1 or 2 people and everybody will have a job. So, Madam Speaker, with those few words, I'll take my seat.
Thank you. Any other member wish to debate? I recognize the Deputy Premier, Honorable Julian Fraser.
I didn't even recognize that you're calling me. With all that fancy stuff in front. It's coming. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I have to make my contributions to this bill. I will start by saying, Madam Speaker, grudgingly, that I support the bill. I guess it comes with the territory. But before I take my seat, I'm going to lash the bill. Like my colleague, the Leader of the Opposition, Madam Speaker, it's a drum that I bought a stick to beat, and I'm going to continue to beat it regarding local businesses. This bill states that under C, it says, where a company fails to file its annual return as required under subsection 1 and 2, the registered agent shall, not later than 30 days after the annual return becomes due, or where the company has been granted an extension under subsection 2A, not later than 30 days after the end of the period of the extension, notify the registrar in writing of the failure by stating the following. Madam Speaker, I remember when this thing started, I think it's last year, the bill came to the House. We were told that if a local company files, local companies are required to file their annual return with the Inland Revenue, and that would suffice if financial services needed it, they could get it from Inland Revenue. Now we're being told that it must be filed directly with the agent to go to Inland Revenue, to go to financial services. Madam Speaker, the noose, first of all, when the business company laws were amended, it was amended that local businesses or companies would only pay on a 0% tax basis. And I've always asked the question, if it's 0% tax, why are you asking for my return? What do you want to know? If I make $1 million, it's the same as I make $1 billion. If I make $100, I make $10. It's 0%. So what was the need for the financial statement? Other than to bring some form of hardship on a company. Madam Speaker, out there on the street, there are all kinds of people. There are some people who knows and are cruel. There are some people who know nothing and wish to voice their opinion on matters they have not of the slightest clue what they're talking about. And you would find opinions on all these things. From the knowledgeable that are cruel, and from the fools that know nothing. And they all come down against our local companies. They come down on the side against the local companies. I could tell you this, Madam Speaker. I've seen a lot of things happen in this world, not just the Virgin Islands, in the world. I've seen things come full circle. And this is one of them that's going to come full circle. I've watched little men or little people grew into giants here on Tortola, in the Virgin Islands. And they came from humble beginnings. All they needed was an idea and a guiding hand. From that idea, they took the guiding hand and they grew into giants. And these were little people. Those little people who grew into giants will no longer exist on the path that we are heading. And the people out on the street, both the cruel and the ignorant, are going to be the ones to suffer when my voice is no longer in this house and those businesses disappear. When the leader of the opposition voice is not in this house any longer, and those people disappear. That's where they're heading. There are no two ways about it. I would like for the Premier to come back here, the Minister for Financial Services, whoever that may be, to come back here every year and tell us how many businesses were struck from the record, from the register. And I mean local businesses. I have people tell me that they didn't go to renew their licenses or their registration. Who's your agent? They said that they have the agent, the registered agent, and the registered agent requested this and requested that and requested the other. And they just can't produce it. The same thing that the smallest registered company, local company in Tortola, is required to produce is the same thing Nike has to produce. Nike is a multi-billion-dollar company. The little company on Tortola is a multi-hundred-dollar company. Yeah, multi-hundred-dollar. Some of them, if you check their financials, they run at a loss. It's negative. I don't think that if you take all the members of this House, all of us, the 13 of us, I'm going to exclude the Speaker and the Attorney General from this little scenario that I'm going to draw. The people here complaining regarding of this matter, you got the richest one over there, of the 13 of us, over there bringing this matter before us. And you got a poorest one over here on this side, bringing the matter to the fore. So what do you think? You think we're doing this because we got a mouth just to speak? He's not feeling it, and I'm not feeling it. I'm too poor to feel it, he's too rich to feel it. So we're talking, for the people. So we're talking the truth. It's the truth. Y'all don't want to talk because you know it's directed at you. So you don't want people to come across and say you're only talking for yourself. No. We too It don't affect me, it don't affect him. We're talking for the people out there. And he knows as well as I know. We saw those little people grow into giants. We saw their children. We're looking at their children now who are flourishing. We don't want to see them fail. We don't want to see them fall because of some piece of legislation that we bring before this House to protect our industry. Don't get me wrong, this legislation is to protect our industry. The industry which has been so good to this territory for decades. But I am sure if we look hard enough, if we fish hard enough, we will find jurisdictions in this world who has made it possible for the businesses that we are trying to protect to survive. If we go to the Isle of Man, maybe we might find an example. If we go to Jersey, Guernsey, you might find an example of this. Why are we subjected to all these onerous regulations from the OECD and the EU and all these different alphabet organizations? Where's Singapore in all this? Where's Malaysia in all this? Malta. And I'm not saying that all people are not supposed to be doing their job. I applaud them and I admire them for doing their work. But there's a filter. We're supposed to be acting as that filter. When the financial services make the request for these laws, based on all the reviews that they have had to go through, there is a reason that the legislature is the final arbiter. And who is the legislature? A group of people who the public has elected to protect them. And we must stand up to protect our people. The passage of scripture that says, what does it profit a man if he lose the whole world and gain the whole world and lose his soul? Y'all can say what you want. I'm old now, I could forget. What does it? Where does it get you? Where does it get you? You're not going anywhere if you don't take these people with you. So that's the point I'm trying to make, Madam Speaker. It means nothing. We could end up with $250 million that we always try to get from financial services, 300 million, 400 million, and one day, when you walk the streets of the Virgin Islands, the people that you're going to be seeing, they're not going to look like you, they're not going to talk to you, because you're going to be too small. You're better off protecting your people and making sure that they'll be able to survive in this world, in these islands, even if it's tough to do, even if it costs you some money in the end. That's why I'm standing here this morning, Madam Speaker, this afternoon, I should say. That's why I'm standing here in defense. I'm standing in defense of the legislation, which is necessary, but it is possible that you can do two things at the same time. Right now it's a one-way street. We can do two things at the same time. We can segregate a particular sector of our society in the business world that will protect them from these onerous requirements, and at the same time we can cover those international businesses that we talk about fostering, the money laundering, ammunitions, proliferation of ammunition, smuggling. We could do that. And I'm still trying to understand, Madam Speaker, what is the real purpose of these financials? What is the real purpose of it? Where are they going? What are you going to see when you get it? I would imagine that any clever, well, you don't have to refer to them as clever, they're just doing their job. You think they're going to put in there that $20 million went towards some illicit behavior? I don't think they will do that. So what exactly are you looking for? I am trying to avoid having all little companies who were happy at the time when the government decided to change the tax laws to make it at 0% base taxes for companies. I'm so glad when they did that. They were glad when it happened. It relieved them of so many things, including the need to file financials. Here we are, telling them they have to do it. And we have to change the laws, Madam Speaker. We have to fix the laws about when a company is stricken from the record, what happens to it? You strike me from the records. Okay. So I'm no longer a limited corporation, limited liability corporation. You're still going to drag me through, you're going to seize my assets. Why are you seizing my assets? I failed to produce my financials as you required. You strike me from the records. Okay, so I'm no longer a company. So where are you going with my assets? Where are you going to my bank accounts and all that stuff? Why? What's the reason for that? And if I want to get back on the record, I have to go through the courts. Bring my grandmother's birth certificate, her death certificate and everything. No, I could totally and unequivocally accept the fact that there's nefarious behavior taking place with companies. Some of them registered here in the Virgin Islands. Some I can't attest to how many but I believe there are some. I can accept that and I can appreciate it. I can accept and appreciate that we have a responsibility to regulate them. Until you accept and appreciate our need to protect our local companies, we're going to have a war. And that war isn't going to stop as long as I'm in this house, Madam Speaker. With that, I take my seat.
Thank you. I recognize the at-large member, Honorable Lorna Smith.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to support the amendments to the Business Companies Act, which I think all of us in this House recognize are essential to the continued success of our financial services and to business in general in this society. Madam Speaker, we are looking at a slightly different act this time, in that the last few have been to allow us to be compliant with the mutual evaluation report of the CFATF. This one, Madam Speaker, is intended to make the International Tax Authority compliant with the requirements of the Global Forum on Transparency and Exchange of Information. Madam Speaker, a lot has been said about the impact of this Section 98 on the Section 98 amendment on the local businesses. Madam Speaker, it is my understanding that, in fact, the bill, and I think the Premier mentioned it, will enable a degree of flexibility that would be helpful to the business companies. Madam Speaker, as we said last week, we playing in the big leagues. We have something like nearly 400,000 business companies, 300 and something thousand business companies. Some of them are local companies. We all know that, I believe it was before 2007, in fact it was in the early 2000s, we had to bring an end to ring fencing. So there are only limited things that we can do. Madam Speaker, it was in 2017 when the hurricane struck that the regulator used at the time it was Robert Mathavius, and his team used their resources, their academic resources, to make sure that the industry stayed intact and that it continued to put bread on our tables, send our children to school, and so on. Madam Speaker, I firmly believe in the regulator again coming up with an amendment that will help all of us, including the local companies. In fact, this matter came up, the Premier would recall, when we were in the United Kingdom, this whole issue of annual financial returns, the requirement, and it was discovered that some 30%, between 25 and 30% of the companies had not filed the annual financial returns. Madam Speaker, we know that with our, sadly, but we are determined to remain dynamic, declining numbers, we cannot afford to lose a penny more in terms of the revenue that we get from financial services. And we all know that it is in the amount of 60 cents out of every dollar. And while, as the Deputy Premier said, there might be different color people we might be seeing who we don't recognize, the point remains that we continue to enjoy good health, we continue to eat, we continue to drink, we continue to get our salaries paid because of the financial services. Madam Speaker, I mentioned the hurricane of 2017, and I have to mention another hurricane that struck last week when I was dismissed from my position as the Minister of Financial Services. And I say that, Madam Speaker, to say that since then, I have been receiving so many comments, whether in the form of letters, telephone calls, and so on, about the fragility of our financial services and the importance of strong leadership in our financial services. My point has been, then, it will always be, we are resilient as a financial services industry. We have proven it in 2017, and we must continue to prove it. So my message is stick and stay. I am pleased with this amendment. I am looking forward, Madam Speaker, to our, when we get into the committee stage, so that we can all be satisfied that the small man, as we put it, as well as the big man, that the whole country is taken care of, because my understanding is that it is not just the 9 months, but there is a degree of flexibility. So I'm looking forward to that kind of a discussion. Whether it's, let's wait until we get into the committee stage before we condemn this change. I have full confidence in the changes. Madam Speaker, can I be heard?
Go ahead, members.
Thank
please.
you. I have full confidence in the amendment, the proposed amendment that the Commission, the Financial Services Commission, is proposing. And Madam Speaker, I am looking forward to the discussion that will follow. Madam Speaker, these amendments are necessary, as we all know, to help us to remain successful as we strengthen the regulatory foundations for our business community. So it's not just financial services, it is our business community. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Any other member? I call on the Premier to wrap up. The member for the 8th District, Honorable Marlon Penn.
Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to say some brief words on the Virgin Islands Business Companies Amendment Act number 2 Bill of 2024. Madam Speaker, I'm thankful for the former Deputy Premier and member, Territorial member, for her contribution, giving context, specifically being the immediate past Minister for the subject. I think we'll have a lot more to discuss in a committee stage. Though it's a short amendment, I think it has far-reaching implications that we need to ventilate and understand the implications, not just for business companies, but the implications for, as was mentioned by other members that spoke, for our local companies. Madam Speaker, I think the story is well told in this House. Since '84, I believe it was, Premier, when the BI Business Companies Act was enacted, and the subsequent shifts that has happened in our economy as a result of that particular piece of legislation taking off and creating some significant economic opportunities for us as a territory, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we all know the numbers. It's a talking point for everyone. 60% of every dollar that is made from financial services goes towards the development of our people and the infrastructure of this territory. But we also, Madam Speaker, see the downward trends that we're going currently as relates to this industry. And that's why, Madam Speaker, has been my swan song in this House in terms of the importance of us as a House to have proper conversations, proper discussions on the direction of this industry. You know, all of us could come into this House on the same page. Specifically, we're not an echo chamber, but if we're having the conversations, it makes it much easier for us to decide on the way forward collectively on this industry, as we've always done when it comes to matters of this industry, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the amendment before us speaks to annual returns and the filing of those annual returns, Madam Speaker, and the impact. And I think the point raised by the Leader of Opposition and the Deputy Premier is not lost on all of us. I think there's been a concern since ring fencing was the order of the day, and we had a local company regime. We had to transition all local companies to what was then IBCs to the new legislation that is now be by business companies. Since that, we've been trying, Madam Speaker. I know that the last attempt was through the Micro Business Companies Act, which was intended not just for the local companies, but was intended to create a different suite of business in the territory that would seemingly try to address the issue of our local companies being subjected to many of the legislative scrutiny which at times, sometimes can be onerous. That is the same for the my business companies. For whatever reason, Madam Speaker, that law was passed, and I think as far has gone, I don't know if it was ever enacted, Madam AG. It was ever the Micro Business Act, and I don't think it ever took off. But we're here again with the same conversation, Madam Speaker. But Madam Speaker, we have a responsibility too as well to support our businesses. And one of the thinking was, when we looked at developing the Trade Commission, was to ensure that you had the level of value-added services within the Commission to support our business sector. One of the concerns is that many of the businesses that we have operating in the territory didn't have the support to do a lot of the things that they needed to do, particularly annual returns. Annual returns are a critical component of any business operations. If you don't have returns on how your business is doing, how can you know whether you're going up, down, sideways, or in between? And the Trade Commission had a component of ensuring that those support services were offered to our businesses to ensure that they were in a position, whether they're a mom and pop shop, a two-man operation, but at least to have basic financial that says to them that this is what's happening. Help them to put in place point-of-sale systems to say, look, these are your sales, these are your revenues, these are your expenses. Your expenses are stripping your revenue. So you need to make some adjustments here, and you have the level of expertise on the ground to support them in this case. Well, I agree that we don't want to make the global burdensome regulations, but we also have a responsibility to support our businesses in a way to make them better, more efficient, and more successful. So these are the areas that I believe that we've fallen down and have failed to support our businesses. Creating a different regime and put them in a different regime doesn't support them. It doesn't make them any more efficient, doesn't make them any more strong as a business. We have to have the supporting services to help our businesses to grow, expand, and develop. At least have an idea on where they're going, whether up, down, or across, Madam Speaker. So while I agree that we need to look at it in a different prism, but I believe that we also have an obligation to ensure that these things like financial, and I don't believe, I read a little deeper, and I don't believe that the audited statements are there. Are these statements the audited statements? No. So my understanding is they're not audited statements that's required. Which? Yeah, that's my understanding, that they're not audited statements. So it's less onerous, I believe, if they're not audited statements, to have the level of support for those local businesses, particularly in this space. And I think I did some research recently on the number of local companies that exist on the register. I think it's about less than 1%. There's less than 1% that are actually local companies registered on the register. And the public needs to know that it's not a requirement that you have to, as a local company, you have to register with the BVI Business Companies Act. It depends on the level of business that you're in. It's important to have the level of insulation, legal insulation, to have a registered entity, but it's not a requirement, and many companies opt not to register. But I think we have to also look deeper as to what is happening with this industry. The industry and the business that we're in, as it relates to company formation, is on a downward spiral, a huge downward spiral. And that is the revenue that we depend on to keep this country running. We continue to talk about diversification. We have to start to think deeply. All 13 of us in this house, all the professionals in the public sector, on how we can get in a serious way in the value-added services that this industry offers. BVI's vehicles are used for a host of things around the world. And they're being done everywhere else but in BVI on a very large scale. You go to Cayman Islands, many of the professionals offer the value-added services in the Caymans, in the other jurisdictions. Why do they not want to come to BVI? We have to ask ourselves that question. What are we doing that is not making BVI attractive to perform BVI services? We have to ask ourselves that question as a house. And where are we going to make the necessary adjustments to make the BVI attractive again to persons who would want to live and operate in the BVI? Because the implications are far-reaching, and I made that point the other day. It's not just our revenues for the Treasury. It's not just revenues from incorporation and revenues from the different regimes within the Commission. You're looking at the loss of rental properties, persons not being able to rent their homes on a high-end level that they used to before. Those persons are no longer here in BVI in the numbers that they were before. You're looking at the reduction in commercial space. You're seeing where companies are reducing to a rate that they necessarily would not have before. They're having downsized to cubicles in some instances, small spaces, an impact on the commercial real estate market. Job opportunities for our people. We heard a statement in the House just last week, a week before, from the former Deputy Premier on the implication and impact of untraded trust. And you heard that that's a microcosm of an issue within the industry. And you're hearing persons who are there in the company saying that is much deeper than that, where some of them had no choice and are being forced to the curb. This industry used to be an incubator for persons coming out of high school. It's not there anymore. Those opportunities that would have been afforded to persons who, fresh out of high school, are not there anymore. We need to start thinking deeper in terms of what is happening within this industry. Because when we were bickering about a regime, we would have nothing at all if we don't focus in on the bigger picture and what's happening within this industry. Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, and we made an amendment, Madam Speaker, to the same legislation I think about a month ago, where we changed the definition to beneficial ownership. A decision that has implication for the same issue that we're here talking about in terms of value-added services, where you're hearing persons in the industry are saying it is making them less competitive to offer the trust services with Vista that they used to normally offer, because the cat is out of the bag. We used to have a position that we adopt things that are global standard. We should not over-regulate and put ourselves in a position where we are now, all products are now looking unattractive to persons who would want to set up those vehicles in the BVI. So we have to think deeper, Madam Speaker. And that is why conversations are important. That is why conversations with FSC, not just the minister responsible and the cabinet, but the entire House and the industry is important. So we all could be on the same page when we're making these amendments to these legislations, to understand how far-reaching the implications are, so the industry could also understand what our concerns are in terms of our local companies and the impacts the decisions that they are making have on our business companies, and where we could come to some kind of synergy between both the two to make the adjustments so that we could support both our local companies and ensure that this industry continues to thrive. We can't be naive to believe that if this industry disappears in the way that we see the free fall is happening, the implication is huge for us as a country. It is a huge implication. And we don't see in the near future what is going to replace it. Have we done the level of diversification that's going to fill $100 to $200 million overnight? No, we haven't. No, we haven't. So we have to think deeper, Madam Speaker. While I support and I understand and I thank the Deputy Premier for the specifics in terms of the ITA and the challenges with the global exchange of information, exchange of notes. I think we know that we've been grappling with that particular challenge for some time now, and with the need to get that moving. But I think we need to start to think deeper on this industry, Madam Speaker. on the way forward. How are we going to really dig into the value-added services and the flight that's happening from BVI, where a lot of the jobs are leaving the BVI, or people are losing opportunities in the rental markets, we're losing opportunity in the commercial space market. Why is BVI so unattractive to persons who are in this industry? As I say, you go to every other jurisdiction in the building, there's a building boom, there's a housing boom, and we're going in the opposite direction, Madam Speaker. And they're using BVI products to sell and market around the globe. So we have a problem on our hand, Madam Speaker, and we have to find a way to address this problem. Madam Speaker, while I agree in principle about the issues that our local companies face, we have to find ways to, one, support them to be better and more efficient in the way that they do their work, and that's one of the skills of the Trade Commission, the intents of the Trade Commission. But we also have to find a way to plug the leakage that is happening right now with this industry. And I think it's a conversation that's long overdue, Premier, and it's one that we need to have in a more consistent basis, not just when a piece of legislation comes up, you drag us in a room for informal meeting, and we have a brief conversation, and we leave that room, and then we don't see you again until another piece of amendment comes up, and you want us to all be singing Kumbaya in the House, and then we're back to square one again. That can't be the approach based on the downward spiral that we're seeing with this industry going forward. Madam Speaker, I look forward to the committee stages to have a little more in-depth conversation with the technocrats who are coming before us to understand not just this particular amendment, but deeper some of the challenges that this industry is facing going forward. I thank you.
Thank you. Any other member wish to debate? I recognize the member for the 2nd District, Honorable Melvin Turnbull.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I just rise to make my contributions to this debate. And I appreciate, Madam Speaker, the debates and the members that made contributions prior to me, because there are points of validity on both ends. And Madam Speaker, I am going to try to speak from a standpoint of understanding what we have, appreciating what we have, while at the same time, Madam Speaker, not making a decision or taking any action to preserve, to educate, and to bring along what brought us to where we are. Madam Speaker, the Business Companies Amendment Act number 2 of 2024, every time financial services bills come before this honorable house since I've been elected, and even before I was elected, we always realize that there is a certain amount of support, because we understand the importance of this industry to the BVI, to the revenues, to our sustainability and the economies of scale. And Madam Speaker, I am beginning to more so now view this industry as something that we have in our hand, and we have had in our hand, but it is being pressured from outside forces. And we ourselves, Madam Speaker, are pressuring it because we are holding on to it in our hands tightly. So we are holding it with every fiber of our being to protect it, because it is in fact the lifeblood of our economy, producing some 60 cents to every dollar of the revenues that we bring in. And Madam Speaker, we are doing and have done everything in our power to ensure that we stay off the list, whether black, brown, blue, purple, brown, or in between, and we remain compliant and leading in the industries that we are responsible for. Madam Speaker, I believe, without a shadow of a doubt, that has been one of the areas that we have been fiscally responsible for, in ensuring that we do what is required because we understand its importance. On the flip side, Madam Speaker, the questions then come, while you understand how important it is and how long this industry has been around and how many attacks continue to come and how many different ways the goalposts shift, what are you going to do to safeguard, God forbid, if the bottom falls out? And Madam Speaker, that's a question that has been asked, but I don't believe, and this is no knock on any individual premier or minister for the subject, including the directors of the Financial Services Commission. I believe it is, however, a failure from our part, Madam Speaker, to diversify our product. Because for the last 20 years thereabout, this industry has been under attack. And we have been finding all ways and means to try to address and amend and stay ahead of the curve, so to speak, Madam Speaker. And when we do one thing, they come with three others. But Madam Speaker, it calls for vision. It calls not just for speaking about it, it calls for actively taking a decision to move into other industries that, God forbid, we were to have a worst case scenario. We have something to buffer us. And it doesn't mean, Madam Speaker, that it would provide the same 60 cents on every dollar, but Madam Speaker, it means that we would have something that we could ensure that we have additional revenues, because what we continue to rely on is what we have, and what we have is what we've had, Madam Speaker, for some 35 plus years. Tourism, financial services, and whatever other taxes. That's what the BVI has been run on. Nothing wrong with it. But Madam Speaker, well, I'm just talking from Financial Service Commission. I'm just going from that side of it. Madam Speaker, what I am questioning on this side of my debate is, I learned very early in business school, is anything that remains the same will eventually die. And this industry is not changing because we want it to change or we are directing the change. It's changing because of the forces that come from outside. And what we are continuing to operate on is what we have always relied on. So it requires vision, Madam Speaker. It requires an active decision, and it requires the will to chart a different course, not necessarily a new course, but a different course to help us along this journey. Now, Madam Speaker, I understand that we have companies in this territory that, for the most part, Madam Speaker, where they have a registered agent and they have a company and they are not the DBA companies, I think, Madam Speaker, one of the areas that we are lacking in is the education of our people. And the education of our people to understand, Madam Speaker, that while the financial services industry through the commission and the regulatory agencies are doing their part to protect what we have in our hand, Madam Speaker, what we are not doing, on the same set of persons, the legislators, the people in the Financial Services Commission and other regulators are not doing, Madam Speaker, is educating our general public to understand these changes and what they mean. Madam Speaker, for example, the member for the 8th just went a little bit more in detail about how many companies, local companies, are recorded, some 3,000 plus companies. So it doesn't mean, Madam Speaker, that every single business in the territory is required to be registered. However, what we're not telling the people, Madam Speaker, is that if you have a company or business doing business as, Madam Speaker, you don't have a certain amount of protection. You are availing yourselves to be responsible and liable if, for whatever reasons, you are sued. You don't have that protection, Madam Speaker. Doing business as, Madam Speaker, simply means you are putting your name or whatever your company names, and you as an individual, whether it's a partnership or individual sole proprietorship, Madam Speaker, you are doing business as this company. But if something was to happen, Madam Speaker, whomever is so quote unquote coming after you, Madam Speaker, they will come after you, the individual, you, your partners, or whatever that case may be. There's no protection, Madam Speaker. And I don't think a lot of people understand that. I don't think a lot of people understand, Madam Speaker, that while you have your company set up and you may be earning money to protect and provide for your family and educate your children, Madam Speaker, without that extra layer of protection from being a registered business company and have a registered agent, Madam Speaker, and have the legal facilities behind you, Madam Speaker, that you can find yourself without a business and owing, Madam Speaker, your life, so to speak. And in this part of the bill, Madam Speaker, for those that are registered, you have a situation, Madam Speaker, where you are now having to deal with, Madam Speaker, if you do not file your financial return, that your company could be struck off. That's where majority of the members have spoken on thus far in section C, which is on page 3 of this bill. And Madam Speaker, it may not seem as a bad thing, because if you're in business, you should comply with whatever rules and regulations are set. But Madam Speaker, what is our reality in this territory? Outside of the areas that I just covered, with us remaining compliant with the entities and staying off these lists and staying ahead of the curve, Madam Speaker, the economy of the Virgin Islands is one that is very, very uncertain and unstable in this present time. And Madam Speaker, it is not just for the businesses, because it has a macroeconomic effect on how things happen. For example, we talked about raising the minimum wage. And if you raise the minimum wage, Madam Speaker, as an employee, I might rejoice and say I'm going from $6.50 to $8.50. As an employer, Madam Speaker, what it means for me is that I have to accommodate this increase to pay you what the government now is enforcing, that the wage goes from $6.50 to $8.50. The cost of everything goes up. You look at your electricity bills, Madam Speaker, the fuel cost is going up. You look at shipping, that is going up, Madam Speaker. Import and export, that continues to go up, Madam Speaker. So what do you have, Madam Speaker? You have a situation where the business owners and businesses have to make a decision because the cost that you may have charged today based on this increase in the minimum wage will require me to charge a little bit more so I can balance my book and make ends meet, because it makes no sense, Madam Speaker, you having a business just to pay bills. It's called a failing business, and eventually you will have to shut your doors. So, Madam Speaker, on the international side and the over 500,000+ companies that make up the financial services business that we have, and then the 3,000+ local companies that we have, Madam Speaker, there is a disparity in what some of these companies can and can't do and afford to do. So while it may seem okay, Madam Speaker, to say that in subsection 4 we are deleting the opening paragraph and substituting the following opening paragraph, where a company fails to file its annual return as required under subsections 1 and 2, the registered agent shall not less than 30 days after the annual return become due, or where the company has been granted an extension under subsection 2, not later than 30 days at the end of the period. So you have an extension. I'm going from the back, coming forward. You have an extension if you don't file for 30 days. But before you get to the extension, Madam Speaker, if you don't file, even with the extension, your company is struck off. Means the fees and penalties, Madam Speaker, that comes with reinstating such a company is, I want to say 10 times more sometimes than what you would have earned or what you're able to pay based on the economic circumstances that businesses are facing in our territory. And Madam Speaker, I'm speaking specifically about these local businesses that both the leader opposition and the member of the third would have spoken about. Which now causes me, Madam Speaker, I'm going to use hypotheticals, Madam Speaker, because the companies in this territory, Madam Speaker, are not the 500,000 international companies. They are companies like Mr. So-and-so shop down the road, the enterprises of such and such over on Virgin Garda, the restaurant on Anigada and Just Van Dyke, the beauty supply stores, the supermarkets, the hardware stores. These are the companies that we're talking about that are providing, Madam Speaker, service to the territory. And in hard times, Madam Speaker, it's difficult for them to be able to stay on this competitive stage as are the international companies, because their business, Madam Speaker, is completely different. But Madam Speaker, my challenge is, since being elected since 2015, is that there doesn't seem to be a will from the leaders in the Financial Services Commission, the leaders of the minister who are responsible for finance, Madam Speaker, to cause action to be taken, Madam Speaker, because since I've been here in 2015, I've heard leader of the opposition, I've heard the Deputy Premier, Honorable Fraser, I've heard other past members, Madam Speaker, talk about what are we going to do for local businesses. And it doesn't seem, Madam Speaker, every time I've been here 9 years now, going on 10, And every time a piece of legislation is being brought and we think, here's one for local businesses, Madam Speaker, no such thing. Madam Speaker, there needs to be an active body of persons through the direction of the Minister of Finance or the minister responsible for financial services that gets our whiz kids to start to look at what we are asking for. And not just what we're asking for, Madam Speaker, what is needed for the people of the BVI through these local companies. Because if we don't continue, if we don't go in that direction, Madam Speaker, what is going to eventually happen? And I don't like to keep things to myself. I like to give credit where credit is due. Madam Speaker, I was having a conversation with the AG and I thank her for her insight. What will eventually happen, Madam Speaker, as we see this goalpost changing, while all companies are not required now in this present 2024 to be registered as a business company, eventually it's going to happen. That's where the leader of the opposition and member for the deputy premier coming from, Madam Speaker. Eventually it's going to be a requirement. And then what? So right now you're required for financials. What do financials mean, Madam Speaker? It's a statement of accounts. So it doesn't necessarily have to be audited. It doesn't necessarily have to be approved financials, Madam Speaker. But then let's look at it. What they do is they group us, and they group us all together. They don't say Mr. So-and-so, bakery shop or sewing shop or shoe shop. They say the BVI and the business companies, and you know, Madam Speaker, how they like to carve out this narrative for us, secret this and secret that, Madam Speaker, like we hiding something. And then eventually they're going to say, well, they have been operating these businesses, and these businesses are required to do financial statements at the end of each year, but they're not audited. So we need them audited. Just like the I will never forget, Madam Speaker, God, about it went a couple days ago, Honorable Dolores Christopher. I remember that debate very well when she talked about this boss system. She said, do not name nothing, no boss, because it's going to be the boss of you. So said, so done. But when we were creating that system, Madam Speaker, first it was only to provide the listing. Now we to the part when they want to know who, where, what, and how. When they going to stop, Madam Speaker?
Madam Speaker, it's been said 2 times by 2 different speakers that all businesses are not required to be registered. Madam Speaker, we don't want to confuse companies with limited partnerships. All companies, including micro businesses, has to be registered.
Madam Speaker, I thank the Deputy Premier for his point, but I don't think what I said is any different than what exists. And that's why I mentioned the companies that are not registered under the Business Companies Act. You can have a trade license, Madam Speaker. It is not a requirement now for you to be registered as a business company. You don't have to. Yeah. Madam Speaker, I appreciate the memo's point. I won't get into weeds. I won't get into the weeds because we're going to talk about companies, then we're going to be talking about companies. Madam Speaker, we need to ensure that we put our people in a place of knowledge and understanding. Because I don't see, Madam Speaker, this stopping anytime soon. The pressures are coming, Madam Speaker, from those who have influence in economies from a political and non-political standpoint, Madam Speaker, those who believe socially that their views should be carried out, Madam Speaker, and then it is up to those of us, Madam Speaker, in the body who makes laws to ensure that we are adjusting and adapting to certain criteria. But if we don't educate our people and bring them up to speed, Madam Speaker, if we don't direct the authorities responsible for these businesses and companies, Madam Speaker, to carve out something. And Madam Speaker, don't tell me it can't be done. Because you don't know if it can't be done if you don't do it. And every single time, Madam Speaker, something comes, it is not what we have been asking for. Before financial services, Madam Speaker, there were companies and businesses in this territory that were just set up to provide and make a living for their family. The medium and small businesses in this country, Madam Speaker, are what drive the economy. It's okay to have the financial services revenue, but what drives your economy, Madam Speaker, is your small and medium businesses. And a small and medium businesses' goal, Madam Speaker, should be to grow to become a bigger institution, a bigger corporation, a bigger company. That's the ultimate goal. So, Madam Speaker, there has to be steps put in place. Not just dealing with what you have in your hand. That's 60 cents on every dollar. There have to be steps put in place that allows our businesses, our companies, our entrepreneurs, Madam Speaker, those that are aspiring to be in business to understand the steps and what is needed, Madam Speaker, along the line. From financial services, financial statements, from understanding how to set up the documents, the legal documents, to protect themselves from themselves. Because while we're paying on this last scale, Madam Speaker, the BVI is still a close-knit community, and we have a fiduciary responsibility. We have a moral responsibility, Madam Speaker, and we have an ethical responsibility to ensure that the people that put us in this office understand what is happening, understanding how it's going to affect them and affect their families, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you. I recognize the Minister for Communications and Works, Honorable Kai Reimer.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of this BVI Business Companies Amendment number 2 bill. Madam Speaker, usually these short bills take quite a lot of time, and members have elucidated the bill already, sharing their concerns and their views pertaining to the bill. Madam Speaker, what I'll generally say is I think that this bill, it presents the opportunity to enhance the sector, the financial services sector, Madam Speaker, as it introduces flexibility to support the numerous companies that we have here registered in our jurisdiction, Madam Speaker. We spoke about the number of companies and the number of local companies that we understand is about 1% of the total number registered, and I agree with the member for the second in terms of education, as that is something critical that we need to share as we go through these amendments. Madam Speaker, within this amendment, it speaks to the annual returns, and we understand the importance and how crucial it is for companies to be compliant. And this is not just a BVI request, as we understand. This is based on the Global Forum. This is something that has been around for quite some time. And Madam Speaker, we understand that this helps with transparency and proper maintenance of companies' financial records. And Madam Speaker, it also aligns with the international regulatory commitments. So it is essential, Madam Speaker, for these annual returns and for us as a jurisdiction to maintain the integrity of our industry. Madam Speaker, we understand, and hence this bill is being amended today, the challenges with filing. We understand that this could be quite demanding for the businesses and for the agents, as we understand that they encounter various challenges with the submittal. So, Madam Speaker, I think this amendment is quite important, and it's relevant to the businesses and especially the large number of businesses that we have registered here, Madam Speaker. So I think this assists with us being compliant, and hence the need for flexibility within the industry. We understand that businesses at times need a little bit more time to complete their filings. And this would allow companies, Madam Speaker, that they request this extension for filing the annual returns. And we understand it's not audited a financial statement, but just the annual returns. And hence the commission would be involved to give the approval for those extensions. So this just demonstrates that we understand what is happening in the real world. The financial services industry would be able to assist and be a bit more, assist more companies with being compliant and with these filings. So, Madam Speaker, I support this extension. It as I mentioned, will give more time to file and be compliant, and we hope to see less businesses struck off from being not compliant. So this empowers the commission, and this is where we speak to education so that companies would understand that there's this mechanism there so that they can ask for this extension and hope to be compliant. Madam Speaker, I wouldn't speak about all that other members spoke about, the businesses and trying to diversify the industry. This amendment speaks to just keeping companies compliant and being compliant with what the global standard is. So I support this amendment. It reflects a balanced approach to me, and it helps maintain the high standard that we are known for as a jurisdiction. And yes, the goalposts will continue to change, but we need to be dynamic, and we need to be on the cutting edge, and we also need to be able to make sure that our companies are in compliance. So, Madam Speaker, with those few words, I just want to lend my voice in terms of support for this amendment, and as we move to keep our industry at the cutting edge. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other member? I call on the Premier to wrap up. I recognize the Minister for Education, Honorable Shari Di Castro.
Madam Speaker, I'll be brief. I just wanted to lend some further clarity. I know we've had some discussions, but I've been getting some queries regarding, based on some of the comments that have been made regarding exactly what we're doing. I know the Premier will reiterate in his wrap-up, but I just wanted to assure the public that the amendment that is being made here is really, as has been said, to seek to create a mechanism to grant extensions, given that the act which was introduced in the amendment in 2022 gave a mandate to ensure that persons file their financial returns by September 2024. And given that there have been challenges in persons executing the submission of these annual financials, it is here, the bill is here for amendment to give extensions and flexibility, whether by the company making representation to the commission or by the commission by its own volition, being able to grant that extension to businesses. So, Madam Speaker, it is a courtesy. It is something that is being done to assist businesses in becoming compliant. And so it is not something that we are putting on that is new. It is something that was established in 2022 that was enabled to be, or that was activated for completion in 2024, which would have been last month. But given that there has been some challenges, we're coming here to seek to bridge the gap and to give the necessary extensions to be able to allow companies to become compliant. So I just wanted to lend my voice to that reality to hopefully give some level of ease to the public regarding what is actually being done in the bill, so that they understand. And I support any additional educational campaigns that are required to support the industry and businesses being able to understand what their responsibilities are by law. But it is important that we make this amendment today so as not to cause the very thing that we are questioning, which is for companies to be struck off, because they will be given the additional time and the extension required to become compliant. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. I call on the Premier to wrap up.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. First of all, let me thank the members for their contribution to this debate on this amendment number 2 bill. And I'll just briefly, very briefly, because of course it's an ongoing conversation we've been having in the House, but I'll just reiterate some things based on the bill which is before us. First of all, Madam Speaker, I won't stand before you, the members of this House, or the public, and act as though this is not an onerous requirement, even for the entities who may not be locals, who have various types of structures. And the evidence of the fact that it is somewhat onerous is the lack of compliance which has led to this amendment. So the leader of the opposition stated it, the deputy premier stated it. It has introduced a requirement that some would see as onerous. And I'll be very transparent in saying that, and of course, from the moment it was being introduced, we took note of it and knew that it would be a transition that had to be made. And certainly, when the witnesses come, including those from the Financial Services Commission, it would behoove us to ask, well, what additionally can be done to ensure a higher level of compliance with this requirement? Because we cannot afford to have 70 to 75% of the companies on the register struck off. That would create a reality none of us even wants to dream about, even wants to imagine. So we can't allow that. So this extension of up to 9 months is absolutely necessary and important to ensure that the requirements which have been imposed by previous amendments can be complied with. As always, I remain sensitive to the requirements which are being imposed on all companies, those which are local businesses operating here in the territory, and those which are businesses are operating on the global stage. I'm aware and sensitive to the impact on businesses. And as others have said, I won't say too much about it because it's been said by others, and I just won't just repeat it over and over. But there have been attempts in this House in the past to solve the challenge. It's something that's been spoken about in the past. But yet we are here. And I think based on the fact that it continues even more so than before to be relevant and to pose challenges, it would behoove us to continue having discussions with the industry as to what can be done, if anything, in this regard, and to satisfy ourselves that what we are being told is accurate. But the member for the 8th District also spoke about the need for us to ensure that our people, local businesses operating here, can be able to meet the standards which are presently imposed. That we should provide the assistance and the support necessary for that to take place, and I would want to agree with that statement until we come up with something else that can quote unquote segregate a group of companies where, as we said with the Financial Investigation Agency, the risks are somewhat different. So, Madam Speaker, I commend and I take on board the suggestions that we have to work more with our local businesses, educate them, and give them the support necessary to meet the standards. I'll briefly comment, Madam Speaker, on this whole idea of what's happening in the financial services industry. I do have to say we have to be careful because what was described, particularly from the member of the 8th, almost sounded like the financial services industry was collapsing. So we have to be careful. The financial services industry remains resilient and strong. In fact, in less than 2 weeks, we will have the budget address. And yet again, the financial services will be responsible for upwards of 60% of our revenue. So the industry remains strong, it remains resilient. We'll always have a financial services industry.
Madam Speaker, that's exactly what I said. I did not in any way refer that the financial services.
I'm sorry, he mentioned member for the 8th.
Madam Speaker, that's okay. At large, Member and I, we're united on that point. The financial services industry remains strong. And I think we should assert that level of confidence in the industry. We will always have a financial services industry here. And if we do not have the same amount of companies that we have had in the past, it's not necessarily a bad thing. I would say that. Because not all business we want here. We want quality business. And we want companies who we know will comply with their international obligations. So if the requirements have become more robust and some companies have fallen away in some instances, in many instances, that's a good thing for us. And we have increased our fees, I think, partly because we want to favor quality over quantity. So we are still within between 350 and 400,000 companies. That is, in relation to many other places in the world, extremely good. So we should not take our good fortune for granted. and we should try our best, do all that we can to maintain the industry that we have. I'll comment briefly as well on the concept of providing more services to the companies who are registered in this jurisdiction. And the question is, well, why is it that we have not been able to provide more services to the companies? And it is a good question, Madam Speaker, but some years ago, the at-large member, Honorable Smith, certainly would be able to articulate it, that she may have been with BVI Finance at the time. But we had the McKenzie report, a McKenzie report that came out on precisely that topic, the fact that, and we've known it for some time, that we would like to transition to offering more services to the companies which are here. Of course, we had the whole concept of economic substance, and we wanted companies to have more of a presence on the ground here in the Virgin Islands. And some of the things which were identified in that report still are yet to happen. Of course, we spoke about better ease of business, being able to do business. That is still something we're struggling with. It's something that we have set as a priority to improve. When you take a look at immigration and labor, right now, and we have to do some work with everybody who is working in government and in those two particular departments to help them to understand what we are seeking to achieve in being able to provide services to companies on a global scale. So certainly if a company is struggling to get somebody hired for 6 months or something like that, that's not going to be encouraging to set up operations in the territory. Certainly if they're struggling to get their children into schools, it's not going to be encouraging them for them to set up the businesses in the territory. You know, if they're being threatened to be administratively removed from the territory. Now we understand the need to protect our people, etc. But when we say we want to add more services, we must, and the whole society has to understand what that means. It means precisely what the Deputy Premier said. In some instances, it will mean persons who you're not familiar with walking the streets of the Virgin Islands. That has happened in some instances already, but it will happen in much larger part. Because even if we will be able to employ 100% of our people in the financial services industry, based on the scale of being able to provide more services, our population will have to increase. And the question is whether Virgin Islands public is really ready to go from 35,000 people to 70,000 people like the Cayman Islands and some of the other places that offer more services. And we have to be real with ourselves whether we are ready for that transition. Certainly we have to get ready for that if indeed we want to offer more services to the global companies which are here. And of course, this amendment, of course, in terms of the previous amendment that imposed a requirement to file financial returns, it was done for tax transparency purposes, and of course, right now, persons would know we have a consultancy with KPMG about whether it would be advantageous to us to introduce income tax here, corporate tax here. Persons would be familiar with the global minimum tax. that has been put forward by the OECD. So, Madam Speaker, these are all conversations which are relevant and important to us here. It's a critical time, and I agree with the at-large, territorial at-large member, Honorable Smith. As she says, there's a great deal of fragility in the financial services industry right now. And it is something that we need all hands on deck. Government, opposition, our industry, we all have to come together because we face threats and we face risks. Persons would be familiar with the mutual evaluation we're going through right now, this Caribbean Financial Action Task Force mutual evaluation that we're responding to. Persons would be familiar with the the OECD, their requirements as it pertains to tax. Persons would be familiar with the ongoing conversation with the United Kingdom government on beneficial ownership and a number of other things that we all have to be cognizant of and familiar with. And this is part of the reason we formed a Ministry for Financial Services, so we can ensure that we can have some concentrated focus and efforts on matters of financial services. It is a good time to have a Ministry of Financial Services. And certainly we look forward to the ministry providing guidance, focus, and leadership on these matters of importance. But the House of Assembly will continue to do its part, and we continue to seek to have a united front on all matters as it pertains to financial services. Having said that, Madam Speaker, I'm grateful for the support, for those who rose in support of the bill, and I'm looking forward to us. It's a very tiny amendment, but I'm sure members of the House would have some questions for the witnesses as it pertains to the filing of these returns and this extension. So, Madam Speaker, I so move. Thank you.
Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the bill shortly entitled BVI Business Companies Amendment Number 2, Bill 2024, be now read a second time. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. I call upon the clerk to read the bill a second time.
This bill may be cited as BVI Business Companies Amendment Number 2, Bill 2024.
Pursuant to Standing Order 55-1 of the House of Assembly of the Virgin Islands, the bill now stands committed to a committee of the whole House to consider it clause by clause. House is now in committee. Resume its sitting. I call upon the Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I beg to report that the bill entitled BVI Business Companies Amendment Number 2, Bill 2024, has passed through committee with amendments. Madam Speaker, I move that the bill entitled BVI Business Companies Amendment Number 2, Bill 2024, be read a third time and passed as amended.
I second, Madam Speaker.
It has been moved and seconded that the bill entitled BVI Business Companies Amendment Number 2, Bill 2024 be now read a third time and passed as amended. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it. The motion is passed. I call upon the clerk to read the bill a third time.
This bill may be cited as BVI Business Companies Amendment Number 2 Bill 2024.
The bill has been read a third time and passed with amendments. I call upon the Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I move a motion to amend the order paper to add a first reading for the. Give me 1 second, Madam Speaker. Counter-Terrorism Amendment Bill 2024. So that on the order paper would appear as Roman numeral number 6 under 9 Public Business 1 Government Business. That'd be Roman numeral number 7. That'd be Roman numeral number 7. And then I would like to add in Roman numeral number 8, suspension of standing order 52-2. To allow for the second and third reading of the Counter-Terrorism Amendment Bill 2024. And I would also like to add Roman numeral number 9, which would be for the second and third readings of the Counter-Terrorism Amendment Bill 2024. Madam Speaker, I so move.
Second, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. I recognize the member for the 6th District, Honorable Myron Walwin.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I had my hand up before it was seconded.
Yes.
But I just want my voice to go on record. I don't know if anybody else wants to do it. It's a matter for them. But Madam Speaker, this is your honorable house. And you cannot, Madam Speaker, allow your honorable house to be brought into disrepute by any form of abuse of the standing orders or any form of abuse by the government. What is clearly happening here, Madam Speaker, is an abuse of this house. When you get your papers that list the order of the day, that is what members would come to the House to expect, to debate, and that will be the proceedings for the day. In the event that an emergency happens, and that is why in the standing orders, when it speaks on standing orders 28, where it speaks about dispensing with notice, it doesn't just give a majority to the government. It says clearly that it must have the support of the Speaker. The Speaker is there as the person to prevent that abuse. And what we're seeing here now is the order paper being deliberately packed up by the Premier so that we do not get to the vote of no confidence. He's already indicated before that he will do everything within his power to make sure we do not get to that vote. He pretty much, I am on my feet, I'm not standing now. I am on my feet. I am on my feet.
Madam Speaker.
Let's
I will not, I'm
let
not
him
yielding to him.
finish and then Premier
I'm
allow
not
you to
yielding him.
respond.
I'm on my feet. The Premier prematurely, in his haste to stop the vote of no confidence, gave a date for his budget address, deliberately so, to make sure that he has another sitting of the House, render this sitting useless, and we never get to the vote of no confidence. And here it is, he's coming now, packing up the order paper with a set of bills. Madam Speaker, that is wrong. And as the Speaker of this House, Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker,
Members, please.
I'm on my feet.
Let me
I'm on
deal
my
with
feet.
this, members.
Other members can speak if they wish to, but I'm on my feet now. What is being done is wrong, Madam Speaker, and I want to put that into the hearing of the public, having regards to what the Premier himself said his intention was. And we're seeing that intention being lived out now by adding on all of these things on the order paper. We do not get to the matter in the vote of no confidence. Madam Speaker, that is wrong. And you should not allow your House to be abused by this way, in this manner.
Thank you. Premier?
Madam Speaker, I raise on a point of information. Madam Speaker, we speak about the abuse of the standing orders and the abuse of decorum in the House. Madam Speaker, I've never witnessed, since I've been in the House, such reckless abuse of decorum. To stand on one's feet and just utter complete lies and in terms of what a member says, and then refuses to yield. Madam Speaker, the utter lack of decorum, in my view, has brought this House into disrepute. And it is saddening, Madam Speaker, that it is allowed to continue. Madam Speaker, not once have I ever said that I will do whatever is in my power to ensure that this vote of no confidence will not happen. That is completely false. It's a lie. And I know the member did not hear me say that. And I challenge the member to bring evidence of me saying that. I challenge him to say that, Madam Speaker. And in fact, I'm quite happy, Madam Speaker, for the vote of no confidence to move forward. But I did say, Madam Speaker, I did say, and it was no secret. I said to the leader of the opposition, I said to yourself, Madam Speaker, that when I look at the matters that have to come before the House, before the budget speech is given, that I do not believe it will have time. I said that. And I said, how about we schedule it at a time when we know we have the time to be able to do it, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, to suggest that we are packing up the order paper with, I don't know how it was referred to. I think I remember somebody saying it was packed up the order paper with nonsense, Madam Speaker. To suggest that these bills that have to come to the House, this bill that is being added right now, Madam Speaker, is in response to the mutual evaluation report. And if the member of the 6th District or any other member in this House don't see it as important, they should go ahead and tell the people of the Virgin Islands so. It is completely inappropriate and nothing but politics, politricks, I should say, to try to make the people of these Virgin Islands believe that the Counter-Terrorism Amendment Act that we are bringing to this honorable House, that has to be passed before the year end, because we're going to plenary in February next year, and we have to demonstrate effectiveness well before then, that's some nonsense, some ploy some childish ploy to prevent members from getting up and saying whatever it is they have to say. I let them know, Madam Speaker, I'm ready for them. I'm ready for them. I'm ready for them. I'm ready now. I'm ready right now. Yeah, and I have some things to say as well. And when the time is right, I will say those things, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, let's get on with the business of the day. We have a financial services industry to protect and to support. And we don't have time for the nonsense. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable members, a motion has been moved and seconded. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. The motion is passed. The order of the day is so amended. I call upon the Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, based on Section 28 of the Standing Orders, I do seek your leave and the assent of the majority members of the House to be able to give this first reading. But I'll go ahead and ask for leave, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I move that leave be granted to introduce the following bill, standing in my name, shortly entitled Counter-Terrorism Amendment Bill 2024.
Second, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable members, a motion has been moved and seconded in respect of dispensing with notice. Given the nature of the bill and given the nature of the circumstances surrounding the bill, I do consent, and now I will put it to the members. Again, members, a motion has been moved and seconded. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. The motion is passed. Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that leave to introduce the bill shortly entitled Counter-Terrorism Amendment Bill 2024 be granted. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. I call upon the Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I introduce the bill standing in my name, shortly entitled Counter-Terrorism Amendment Bill 2024. Will explain its provision at the second reading. Madam Speaker, I move that the bill shortly entitled Counter-Terrorism Amendment Bill 2024 be now read a first time.
Second, Madam Speaker.
Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the bill shortly entitled Counter-Terrorism Amendment Bill 2024 be now read a first time. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it. I call upon the clerk to read the bill for a first time.
This bill may be cited as Counter-Terrorism Amendment Bill 2024.
I call upon the Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I move that standing order number 52-2 be suspended to allow for the bill shortly entitled Counter-Terrorism Amendment Bill 2024 to be read a second time.
Second, Madam Speaker.
Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that standing order number 52-2 be suspended to allow the bill entitled Virgin Islands Counter-Terrorism Amendment Bill 2024 to be read a second time. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it, the motion is passed. I call upon the Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I move that the bill shortly entitled Counter-Terrorism Amendment Bill 2024 be read a second time, and I'll now give the objects and reasons. Madam Speaker, the Caribbean Financial Action Task Force released its fourth round mutual evaluation report on the Virgin Islands in February 2024. The mutual evaluation report is vital in assessing how well the Virgin Islands complies with the Financial Action Task Force standards on anti-money laundering and counter-terrorism financing, and identifying areas for improvement. This bill seeks to amend the Counter-Terrorism Act No. 33 of 2021 to address deficiencies identified during the mutual evaluation process for the Virgin Islands. Specifically, Madam Speaker, the amendments proposed for members' consideration include the following. Firstly, the bill clarifies that the principal legislation applies only to terrorism and the financing of terrorism. Second, the bill seeks to amend sections 2 to 6 of Schedule 4 to establish a strict liability offense for any individual or entity that fails to immediately freeze the funds and assets of designated persons. Third, the bill provides for an amendment to sections 12, subsection 1, and 12, subsection 2 of Schedule 4 to require the relevant supervisory authority to immediately communicate any delisting or unfreezing of assets belonging to a designated person. Fourth, the bill provides for detailed guidelines on the procedure for assessing frozen funds or assets. Overall, Madam Speaker, the amendments would address critical gaps and loopholes in the existing legislation, align implementation of targeted financial sanctions and terrorist financing efforts with international best practices and standards, and increase public trust and confidence in the government's ability to protect citizens from terrorism threats. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Second, Madam Speaker.
Honorable members, the floor is now open for debate. Any member wish to debate at this time? I recognize the Minister for Education, Honorable Shari De Castro.
Madam Speaker, I just want to rise in support of the bill, and in so doing, I want to lend my voice to the support of the members of the House who would have allowed us to amend the order paper to be able to bring this very important bill to the House. Madam Speaker, I want to make a correction to the statements made previously, because, Madam Speaker,
Which statement is that, Honorable? Is it relating to the bill?
it's
that we
related to the
referred?
bill. The statements were made specific to the bill that is before us, Madam Speaker. The counter-terrorism amendment that is before us was circulated by the Clerk of the House of Assembly on the 16th of October, 2 weeks ago, even before the sit-in, Madam Speaker. The sit-in was on the 18th of October, and the document was circulated on the 16th of October, which means that members had due time, in line with all the other documents that are currently before the House, to be able to look at the documents and subsequently present. As the Premier has stated, this bill is important in order for us to meet our obligations that we know we are seeking to ensure that we abide by in preparation for February. So I know that there may be some concern given the reality of what was said, but all members were duly informed and the information circulated and should be in a position to speak intelligently to the bill, given that it is not as purported something that is just being presented to members. So, Madam Speaker, I support the amendments made in support of us ensuring that we meet our obligations as directed in the report, And I look forward to the committee stage where any considerations that are to be made or any opportunities for enlightening of myself and other members would take place there so we could move forward with the bill as suggested. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Any other member wish to debate? I call upon the Premier to wrap up.
Madam Speaker, let me thank the Minister for Education, Youth Affairs and Sports for that very useful clarification because, Madam Speaker, it was being suggested that something untoward or something inappropriate was being done. All members of this House expected for the counterterrorism bill to be added to this order paper, and it was circulated to members as such, and it was circulated well in advance. So members could familiarize themselves with the piece of legislation. And I'll reiterate, Madam Speaker, we just got up and we spoke about how the House is supposed to be united on matters of financial services. You know, it is not the first time a bill has come to the House, a financial services matter urgently. And we certainly have not been in the practice of doing 1, 2, 3 readings in recent times. And it is only being done because this is the last opportunity we will have, potentially before the end of the year, to have this passed. So, Madam Speaker, I thank the members for their support. Thank you.
Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the bill shortly entitled Counter-Terrorism Amendment Bill 2024 be now read a second time. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. I call upon the clerk to read the bill a second time.
This bill may be cited as Virgin Islands Counter-Terrorism Amendment Bill 2024.
Pursuant to Standing Order 55-1 of the House of Assembly of the Virgin Islands, the bill now stands committed to a committee of the whole House to consider it clause by clause. House is now in committee. Now resume its sitting. I now call upon the Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I beg to report that the bill entitled Counter-Terrorism Amendment Bill 2024 has passed through committee. Madam Speaker, I move that the bill entitled Counter-Terrorism Amendment Bill 2024 be read a third time and passed.
A second, Madam Speaker.
Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the bill entitled Counter-Terrorism Amendment Bill 2024 be now read a third time and passed. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. The motion is passed. I call upon the clerk to read the bill a third time.
This bill may be cited as Counter-Terrorism Amendment Bill 2024.
The bill has been read a third time and passed. I call upon the Premier.
Madam Speaker, I move a motion to add 4 items to the order paper. The first is a motion for a schedule of additional provisions, number 4 of 2023. That's Roman numeral number 10 under 9.1. And then the accompanying resolution that goes along with it at Roman numeral number 10. And Roman numeral number 11, a motion for a schedule of additional provisions, number 2 of 2024. And Roman numeral 11 would be the accompanying resolution. I so move, Madam Speaker. We could talk about that.
I second, Madam Speaker.
Honorable members, a motion has been moved and seconded. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. The motion is passed. The order paper is so amended. I call upon the Minister for Finance.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that the House do resolve itself into a committee of the whole House to consider the schedule of additional provisions, number 4 of 2023.
Second, Madam Speaker.
Honorable members, a motion has been moved and seconded that this House resolve itself into a committee of the whole House to consider the schedules of additional provisions, number 4 of 2023. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. The motion is passed. House is now in committee. I'll resume its sitting. I call upon the Minister for Finance.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I beg to report that the schedules of additional provisions number 4 of 2023 were examined in detail and have passed through committee stage without amendments. With amendments. Yeah. Okay, that's it.
Thank you. I call upon the Minister of Finance to move a motion.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to move a motion. Be it resolved that the House of Assembly of the Virgin Islands approves the supplementary estimate set out in the schedule, which represents monies to be expended under their respective heads in variation or excess of the amount appropriated by the Appropriation 2023 Act 2022, number 18 of 2022, as follows. Recurrent expenditure of $9,471,937 are to be expended in variation of the appropriated amount. Capital acquisition expenditure of $12,914 are to be expended in variation of the appropriated amount, and capital expenditure of $16 are to be expended in variation of the appropriated amount. And just to say just a little bit about the resolution, Madam Speaker, it is a standard exercise that any adjustments which have been made to the Appropriation Act and the schedule of provisions would be a statutory obligation is upon the House of Assembly and myself as Minister of Finance to come to the House of Assembly and to regularize the expenditure. So this is money which has already been spent. It has not been regularized, so that is why we have come to the House of Assembly to regularize it, Madam Speaker, in keeping with good governance and good financial practice and adherence to our laws. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Is there a second?
Second, Madam Speaker.
Honorable members, the floor is now open for debate. Any member wish to debate? I call on the Premier to wrap up.
Madam Speaker, as this is just a cleanup exercise, the money is already spent. I thank the members for their support of fulfilling this statutory obligation. Madam Speaker, we have another SAP coming up that I'm sure will garner a little bit more attention. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the Assembly approves the sums of money detailed in the schedules of additional provisions, number 4 of 2023. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. The motion is passed. I call upon the Minister for Finance.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I move that the House do resolve itself into a committee of the whole House to consider the schedules of additional provisions number 2 of 2024.
Second, Madam Speaker.
Honorable members, a motion has been moved and seconded that this House resolve itself into a committee of the whole House to consider the schedules of additional provisions number 2 of 2024. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. The motion is passed. House is now in committee.